We begin with Kuwaitan Gaming Authority meeting. We'll call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Lana Cosley Smith. Oh. Rob McGrory.
Here.
Michael McCurchie. Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Here. Aaron Paymont. Isaac McKechnie. Kimberly Hampton. Here. Kimberly Gravel. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Austin Lowe's. You have 7.
We have a quorum on today's agenda. We have under business approval of minutes for 5/27 and 6/25. 5/27 is a regular meeting, 6/25 is a special meeting, and then limited waiver of immunity, MGCB. Motion by Bridget. Support by Larry. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Agenda is adopted. We'll start with minutes. Do we have anybody have a chance to review them? Do we have a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Bridget, support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Minutes are carried. All right, on the agenda, we have a resolution for limited waiver of immunity, MGCB. Is there any proprietary information before we get started?
Josh and Ryan are both on Zoom too.
All right, let's move forward.
Any objection to waiving the reading?
I don't hear any objections. Josh, Ryan, Al?
I'll motion.
Sorry. We got a motion by Bridget, a support by Kim Hampton. Josh, Ryan, Al?
Hello, this is Alan. This is basically a resolution bringing internet gaming under the Kuwaitan Casino Gaming Authority. So taking it from STOG to the Gaming Authority.
I can add on to that. This is a generic waiver that MGCB requires to license an entity for online gaming. Currently, the license that online gaming is operating under is the Sioux Tribe license. So the same waiver was passed by the in 2020 or 2021 to get the original license, and we are in the process of getting the license under Kuwaitan's name and not the tribe's name, so everything can be done under the Kuwaitan umbrella for online gaming.
Thank you, Josh. Any questions? I don't hear any questions. Roll call.
Sean.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget. Yes. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Any other further discussion for KGA? All right. Without objection, meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Al. Have a good day, everybody. We'll be moving into a closed board workshop starting with Indian Energy at 10:30. If he's here early, we can get started.
Okay.
Thank you. we moved the agenda up a little bit. The board is now in open session. So just a reminder, when we're discussing proprietary information, anything that we discuss proprietary does need to move into closed. So please allow Letitia to go through the long-term 2% discussion. If the discussion gets too detailed, we will move it into close. So we are open session right now. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so we moved some things around. So go ahead. It is all on you. All eyes are on you.
Well, that's comforting. Hello, I'm Letitia Willett. I'm the Land and Tax Administrator. I'm here to talk a little overview of the long-term 2%, and some allocations for fall of 2024 and spring of 2025. There has been some questions about where we are on certain agreements, if we still have them. So I kind of decided, well, maybe it's time, it's in between both out of spring and fall, kind of discuss it, see where the board is in their thought process in some of them, and if we're looking to change any, continue them, anything like that. Before you, I have PDF, Lana, some of the agreements that I have. I don't know, as far as I can tell, this is the only ones we have. Also, I did a breakdown for spring, fall, and the yearly with the cost on the three spreadsheets I gave you. There are some notes on the side about if we still have agreements, if it's ongoing, where they are at, timeframes. This is the best I can pull together. I don't have, of course, like Lana and Bridget would have some more historical knowledge than I would have. Jess would have more, but this is what I can find and what I see. I know some are, so any questions, I guess? Because I know there's been a few questions here and there.
Lana.
Yeah, thanks for putting this together, Letitia. On Unit 2, I thought, and Kim maybe can speak up too, I thought like in the last couple of years, we took money from Newberry and reallocated it to somewhere.
So you took Lewis County, did 10,000 to Rudyard Schools, and then for you and Bridget, there's a spot that says reallocation. Those are the reallocations you have. And your original removal was only on spring term, or the original Lewis County agreement, Newberry.
For the sheriff.
Yes,
Yeah, I thought we took that away.
you did.
Okay, didn't we reallocate it to a historical museum or something?
You were doing that as a reallocation of the short term.
Okay,
So you get to choose every year, or every spring for you. I think I'm losing my mic a little bit.
okay. All right.
Does that make sense, or am I?
No.
So when you took away Newberry, this is what I can find, is you had $17,000 that went to Lewis County. You did $10,000 to Rudyard School under the long-term agreement for the Rudyard Pool.
Okay.
$10,000 from Unit 2, and then the 20 in fall comes from Unit 1.
Okay,
Then you had $7,000 extra dollars that the last two springs, you have chosen a project out of your requests for
oh,
short
out of the
term.
short term, okay.
Yes.
That money was put into that, and we
Yes.
allocated it that way, gotcha, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, yep, thank you.
And that was another reason we had two of them, and I'm not saying you guys can't do that, I'm just, maybe you guys have something you want to go ahead and try to look for a long-term with that
Yep, okay.
7,000?
That makes sense. Yep, Kim and I can talk, thank you.
Yep. I didn't say it. Go ahead, Bridget. Oh, sorry, this is not my
Bridget.
meeting.
Letitia's calling on Bridget.
Do we have, I know that it's been sent before, where actual per casino, on what is earned per casino? Do we have that anywhere that's
I do,
updated?
but I didn't bring my computer because I kind of rushed down here.
So
so-
can you just email
Yep.
that to us? Because I'll say, I've been saying this since I've been on the board, Unit 3 does not get anywhere near what we earn as the second highest. And I know that, you know, there's, this is a way for other communities to be able to give to them, but I just know that there's been a lot of battles over the years when it comes to this. when we try to get the long-term. And back a few years ago, Christine had talked about, I think we were giving that, the reallocation, I think, was Mackinac County, and it was for something that she told us we no longer needed to do, I think because the state was covering something. Anyway, so that money we have just added into our short-term request and paid that out for the last couple of years. But this has always just been a battle about territorial battles, and, because I'm under the belief that this was for impact to your community. And when you look at mine, a lot of money goes to the city, but our casino is really located in the township. So I'll just let you guys hash it out, but I'll look forward to that report, Letitia.
So I have the last, I have fall and spring. I can try to get the rest of it for you from the casino. How long do you want me to go back, Bridget?
Maybe the last 5.
Okay.
A lot of work.
I'll look and see what I can do. And that's kind of another reason why I had this meeting, just kind of, I'm new. I've only been doing this 2 cycles, so I'm trying to, get everything under my brain, I guess, in my brain. So I guess the other question is if you guys want us to relook at something. The only one I see that we're fully for a time frame is Rudyard Pools at this point. The rest of them are mutual or within a certain time of notice. So with the written agreements.
Any other questions?
I just quickly added up the numbers here. So Unit 1, between both, get almost $670,448. Unit 2, $29,000. Unit 3, $103,900. 4 is $75,000, and Unit 5 is $91,000. So with us being the second largest, and we don't do very well on that, but anyhow.
Thanks. Yeah, that's all in the last third page for you too, broken down.
But I will say, I think that if anybody thinks that their money is better spent somewhere else, I think we should be making those changes, you know what I mean? If there's always new projects, and a lot of these projects were in there before, I know in my area, they were before I came about, and I'm sure, same with Lana, that these were ones that somebody negotiated and they were just kind of handed to us, so, and if there's something going on in your community, like I did with the fire hall a few years ago, we had a vote it was $250,000 that we gave to the city of Sittingness for a new fire station. So when there's things like that in the community that happen, I think we should, if we can, pull together to do those, because sometimes they wouldn't happen without that support.
So I just want to say, if we are looking at it, we finish out the year, decide soon, so we can give them plenty of notice for their budget cycles and funding. And that's another reason why I was kind of picked end of July, beginning of August to kind of have this discussion. It's, like I said, smack in the middle of 2 allocations. We can give them heads up if we're going to do it and change it. Or even to stop a contract and look for something else later. I just want to bring all the information to you guys as much as possible.
And that's what we did when we decided to do ours. We gave them either at least a cycle notice,
Yeah.
I think, so that they could plan, especially if they're including it in their budgets or whatnot, so they know that they weren't getting the funding. I think that's important that we do that, give them at least a cycle advance notice so that they can prepare for it.
Do we receive reports on how these funds are utilized?
I do not.
Can we request reports for how they're utilized? Because I see a couple of these, they go to general fund. And And it would be nice to know how a general fund would be utilized in the community. And it's great that the money's going to the communities, but especially in the Elder County area, I mean, there's a lot of funding going to governmental units, yet the school is in dire need, the Munising Public Schools there. They've been consistently requesting instruments, additional Title VI funding to help their native program because they just don't have enough funding coming down from the federal government to run that. So, I mean, those are types of things that I would rather see the funds be used for because I know it's going to, as opposed to just the general fund. And Lana does have some more information on it.
Yeah, the way I understood it, like, for instance, Unit 2, Clark Township, there's something called PILT, Payment in Lieu of Taxes, for having that casino on there. And when that agreement was made and we put that casino in Clark Township, for instance, that $5,000 went to their general fund. That's been going there since the casino opened. I wasn't there, but that's the way it was explained to me. That was payment in lieu of taxes because we had that casino there. So Ryan Legal would probably be more apt to answer that question because I always said, why are we giving them $5,000? What are they doing with it? Same thing that Tyler asked. So, and then the grooming, that was for the snowmobile trails, and I have history on that. And the agreement to help with the snowmobile trails was that they would have it to our casino, and have those trails, and they've never followed through on that, ever. I said my husband and I had put up snowmobile signs to say where the casino was. But, so, that's, but, I mean, they have nice trails, and they can get to the casino, but it's,
And that
not
was
in-
also my concern, if
Yeah,
the agreements are still being followed through because they
Right.
are so old, some of them.
yeah, yep. But anyways,
many
payment in lieu of
personnel-
taxes is something that we should get schooled on again because, that was always the reason why we gave those townships or municipalities money in the beginning of agreements. So that's just my thoughts.
And honestly, I didn't think this was all going to be handled in one
Okay.
meeting. So,
Ryan?
Hey, Ryan here. Yeah, Tish and I have already talked about this in general terms, just like what long-term is working for both parties, what isn't. And so this is an ongoing conversation, but I'll specifically land to your point about the payment in lieu of taxes. I'll look into that more for our next discussion so we can explain that again and then see where we want to go from there. So.
and again, I just want to say that I understood this was not going to be one-time conversation we're having. This was the start. Again, with me being new, not knowing quite, I mean, I know a bit, not everything. I would never assume I know everything about the histories of these agreements. But I just want to bring you guys the agreements, what we still have writing, what the terms I see. Again, most of them are basically as long as it's beneficial to both parties and we give a written notice, all but basically Red Yard, because that's the newest one and that's a 10-year agreement.
Okay. I appreciate that. So again, like, I would like reports on mine so I understand what's going on, because like, there's something in my mind here that isn't adding up, because so our health division can now pay for physical activity and employees supervising physical activity, yet we're paying $18,000 a year to have somebody else manage a walking track within our health center. And then on top of that, we are paying memberships for Elder Parks and Rec for people to work out there. Is that included in this 18,000 or is that separate? Because I think the physical activity, the payment to Elder Parks and Rec for membership fees, I think that comes out of the health division anyway.
I think it's just for the monitor.
So it's just to have somebody sit on the walking track when we could really be paying our own employee and that money could actually be going to the city for other things.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so I would just like to understand like how some of this overlaps, because then my confusion would be like, what am I doubling up on in the short-term 2% that may actually already be coming out of this long-term since we're not receiving reports on it? Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to I think it would benefit us all to have a full, because I can see the contracts, but like, what is it? Like, some of these contracts are written over 12, 14 years ago.
2003,
2012, right? 2009 for some of them?
2003.
2003 for the
93.
oldest?
I think some of them are 93. I mean, they're old. Some of them are old. And I can't even find all.
Yeah, because I think even in best case scenario, if we kept all of these in place, having a fresh contract with dates on them would probably benefit the tribe overall as well.
I agree, and that's, yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
Hey, I see the previous one in email, but is this document we're reviewing right now an email?
Yes.
It
Sorry.
was a separate attachment with your workshop notice, Rob. I didn't incorporate it into the packet, but it attached the Excel spreadsheet separate.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Go
I
ahead,
think
Bridget.
if I recall, and Lana might remember, I want to say your Unit 5 ones were not that long ago, but they were possibly put in there so that the city wouldn't oppose some, I don't know if it was land into trust, Lana, do you remember that?
Yeah, it was the health center. The health center, that's the general fund one, and that is the only one that has dates on it it renews every 5 years.
But the health center was in place before I got on the board. There was something that happened, I think when Joanne Carr Anderson was on, it seemed like some of those agreements happened. But that was during the beginning of my term. But yeah, I think it was trying to have the city not oppose some of the stuff, I think.
So the general fund, I believe, goes in effect when, if you read the agreement, when the Vic Madsen Senior Center, Community Center goes into trust. So it was signed, but it was an agreement that I believe was slightly taken in place to start, and then it was finalized during that time. What I'm reading, how I'm reading it. Both resolutions are dated for the 2012.
Right. But even in addition to that, like, since we're reporting on the front page of the paper what we're spending in 2%, this should all be included, and the only way that we can include that to show people what it's being used for is to have some kind of report for them.
We'll start working on that.
I appreciate that. Rob, did you have your hand back up?
No, I just forgot to put it down.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any discussion, questions for Letitia while we have her?
Thank you.
All right, so if we do make changes to these in any capacity, like, does any excess go back to short-term? Like, how does that work? You know, for.
That would be discussion and
The
decision for
membership's
you.
watching, so it would be good to know, what these discussions will entail in the future for us as well.
That is discussion on your level, your decisions.
Mm-hmm.
As Unit 2s and 3s, they did change something, a couple years ago at least? Yeah, for the red yard, so they did some of it. Bridget has a reallocation for her 2% too,
Mm-hmm.
for the short term. So it's your discussion, it's your decision as a board. I just, because we're all so new, I figured this was a good time and opportunity to kind of give you guys what I have, what I see,
Yeah.
and a breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Personally, I think that whatever we pay out just needs to be reported on so that our membership knows what all really is being spent from 2% revenues. I think it would be helpful. And then it would be helpful to understand like how the city governments or the local governments or even the police departments are utilizing them. Because I think there's some overlap here and some room for efficiency, and it might benefit our relationships overall to go and rebuild those relationships and talk about, what's needed and how we can help. But at the very least, we do need to report this to our membership about how these funds are getting spent.
We can do that.
All right. Anyone else? I don't see any other hands.
Thank you. I'll be back as soon as I can get all this and we can discuss it again. I knew it wasn't going to be the first time conversation. I just want to make sure you guys understood that too.
Yeah.
All right, thank
It's
you.
a good opening. I appreciate you pulling all this together for us to be able to see all this stuff in writing. All right, thank you.
Moving.
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right. All right, everybody, we are now going to lunch break till 1 PM. We will be coming back into close with the Health Division Executive Report.
Hey, Tyler,
Yes.
can I ask one quick question? I know you don't have a bunch of board members here, but on Thursday, I'm at the Cora meeting, and I emailed the board last night, but they want to discuss.
We're in
the
open. We're in open.
Yeah, this is nothing that's
Okay.
needs to be closed. This
All right,
is
go
just
ahead.
participating in stuff, a potential celebration of the life of Justice Kavanaugh, who passed away recently. I just didn't know if there's any objections. They just want to celebrate with his family potentially, particularly the work he did to get our tribal courts orders full faith and credit at the state of Michigan, and he did a lot of work, a long time ago on that. And he also worked on some of the USC Michigan stuff, and then we're not going to really celebrate that. But I want to make sure there's no opposition from the board members who are here, and me relaying our potential support for that on Thursday to the Cora board.
Is there any opposition for Ryan to relay our support in memorial? There's none in the room, Ryan.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to lunch. Everybody be back at 1 PM, close with the Health Division, and then we're moving ARPA interagency agreements up to 2 PM.
Yes, I
Yep.
asked them to be here between 1:30 and 1:45.
Yep, and the ARPA will be open. Thank you. is 2:03 PM. We're going to call the workshop back to order. This is an open meeting to discuss ARPA interagency agreement status updates. Who would like to go first? Housing, come on down. And also, thank you so much for the additional information the other day. I really appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Mongine. I'm the interim housing director. I'm with Veronica Beaumont, and she's our operations manager. I'm going to let her start off because most of our ARPA projects are led by Vern, and they're mostly construction projects.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Beaumont. As Maria said, I'm the operations manager for the Housing Authority. And the narrative that we provide you gives you a progress of each unit that we're responsible for and the amount of funds, ARPA funds that we received for the projects and where we're at, what's obligated, and what still needs to be obligated. I'll just go through brief. I'm not going to read these to you, but Unit 1 is the apartment building that we're doing up at the Odenung site. And where we're at with that is there's $2 million of ARPA funds, as well as $6 million of a housing grant that we applied for and received through HUD and the federal government. As of today, the $2 million is what is ARPA that we have to have spent by the end of next year. So far, we have $912,000 of that $2 million obligated, and the remaining, say, 1.1, we'll have no problem with spending that. We're working with a GM Assist, and that company is, right now, we're doing the final stages of planning the 20-unit apartment building, and as soon as we start entering any contracts for that, that $1 million is going to get eaten up pretty quickly. So we're not afraid of, we don't have any concerns with Unit 1. Unit 2, Hessel and Newberry, those are new construction. In Hessel, we're doing a duplex, and in Newberry, we're doing a fourplex. Those are being constructed by our housing force account crew. As of today, the Hessel has, there was $859,218.62 of ARPA funds that were obligated towards this project of Unit 2's dollars. And as of today, we have $228,000 of that. That's it's not in any contracts. It's set aside for the utilities, a few materials that we still need, as well as the wages for our construction guys. The Newberry Quad, that is progressing very well. We had $1,288,449. The remaining funds of $403,112 are the only thing that is not specifically obligated, and those are set aside again for utilities, wages, materials, fees, and other contingencies.
So the home rehabilitation projects, we were able to select 11 homes for rehab in the following categories. We were able to select 8 major rehabs for roof work, floor joists, electrical work, insulation, windows, those types of things. One level 2, which is just a roof, and one level 1, which is insulation. So we have environmental reviews are in process for 5 of those selections. 4 projects are in progress and will be complete in 2025, and 2 projects are complete and fully all the funds have been expensed. And if any funds remain, we can always transfer them to Unit 2 if we need to. Their duplex may come over a little bit, and maybe even the quad, so we'll just be able to put that right over to those projects.
Okay, Unit 3 is the St. Ignace infrastructure roads for the Savard property. Well, we started out looking at both the Lawson property and the Savard. We met with the board members for Unit 3 and the engineers. We went through. This has been a challenging project. We're working with the BIA right now to have the trees removed on the property. I just got word today that there was no bids from any loggers in the area. So if any board members know any that may be interested in removing the trees and deforesting that property, please reach out to me because we can now direct solicit. We are moving forward with this. We broke it up in 2 phases. The first phase was bringing the utilities, the infrastructure, water, sewer, to the property. We're working on that. There was some issues we had to get through, and I thank the board for approving the MOU with Mackinac County. So we were able to continue the project. As of today, we've only obligated, the Unit 3 board members set aside $7,878,255 for this project. As of today, we only have $857,254 obligated. There's $7,021,000 that remains to be obligated. And as soon as we start entering these contracts, they're going to be very large contracts. That money should go. I stay on top of the budgets very closely. So, and I stay in contact with the board members for these units, letting them know where we're at with funds and everything. So, it's going to be a little difficult to hit that mark, but we're going to try. We're sure doing everything we can. We should enter into some decent-sized contracts by the end of this month.
Bridget?
I just feel like we need a little bit of backstory on this. So I don't know how many years ago the tribe had purchased the Savard property. We've had it sitting vacant long before I've gotten on the board. As far as the Lawson, we did buy that, probably 4 years ago or so, which hasn't been put into trust yet. So, when we're looking at places to build, we definitely need housing in St. Ignace. The housing market is unbelievable because of the Airbnbs and the tourism and that. And so, this is pretty much the only place that we figured we could do this project. So now we're running into, it seems like, all these last minute things that we thought maybe would have been done when the property was purchased. I don't know if it was in the 80s, 90s, I don't even know when it was. So it is a big project. Unfortunately, we, cleared the property probably about 4 years ago, and we're probably going to spend most of this just on infrastructure because it's going to be that expensive. But at least we'll be able to maybe get some grants going forward and maybe be able to do some, lease to own or, build like at Odenong on it. So it is a little scary that we're sitting on there. I don't want people to try to scoop up this money because we definitely need it. It's just been a long, drawn-out process, and we've met with the city. We're, trying to work with whoever we can to get the project going, and then we will have, I think, what are we looking at, 135 possible homes if and when? Once this infrastructure is put in, this will be the biggest battle for us, I think. So just wanted to put a little light on that.
Thank you, Bridget. I will add to that, Bridget. Putting in infrastructure, if we would have went in this order up at Odenong, this is going to save on the individual cost of the unit, because right now at Odenong, the utilities aren't through the entire property. So without that, that actually adds on another $50,000 or $60,000 per every unit we build up at Odenong. And having this infrastructure done with these funds is is great for future development up there. Wetmore. We did our groundbreaking, and we also met with the contractor that has awarded the foundations. We're putting up 6 tiny homes. We've worked with the Alger County Sheriff's Department to get the addresses. We've met with all the contractors involved now. We did that on Friday, so everybody's in contact. Our goal is by the end of September to start seeing the 6 tiny homes being set in that area. There are additional funds. The appropriated funds for Unit 5 for 2025 were $1,994,000. With that, there's just under $500,000 that's left. And what our plans are is in Wetmore, where the housing site is currently, there's about 10 acres there that are undeveloped. So we want to do a plan for the remaining 10 acres and look and see where that brings us. And then we'll reach out, maybe we could start even some infrastructure in that area once we see what that's going to come back at as far as cost. And then I'll get in touch with the board members for Unit 5, our board member for Unit 5, and see how he wants us to proceed with those. And then we have the UA ARPA funds, which is $1,250,000, and that is coming along. It's like the Savard property. You have to do all this work ahead of time, but once you start signing those contracts, this money goes really fast. Our goal is to have this is to replace all the septics and drain fields on our housing sites. Our goal is to have Wetmore and Hessel done this year still. And then in 2026, we'll do Manistee, and then we'll be all done. They'll all have new septics and drain fields. These dollars also give us updated meters for our water system and just new software for billing. Ours is very outdated. It's on our old server for the tribe, and it's needed really bad. So in total, our ARPA funds that, and actually, I don't believe this includes the weatherization projects for Unit 2, but the construction projects is $15,270,796. So it's quite a bit added to our plate, and I think our team is doing very well. So does anybody have any questions?
Lana.
I just have a comment. I know it was hard getting it off the ground a couple times, but I think you guys did an amazing job with both the projects in Unit 2. I'm really happy with it. I know that you guys included us in anything moving forward, and you just did what you do best, and you guys all did a good job. So let all your staff know that as well from us.
I sure will.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bridget.
Yeah, I'd like to say, I know you guys have been shorthanded. You've been throwing a lot of work on top of what you normally already have to do, and you guys have done a great job, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Anyone else? I too want to say thank you for the additional education when you came up to the Wetmore property. I had no idea that we had an additional 10 acres. That was pretty awesome to find out. So I'm excited to see what you guys have planned for it. So thank you for that. I think that's it for you guys. Thank you. Yep. We'll pull, did Andrew have to leave? Oh, nope, he's back. Huh? This is open.
Okay, yeah, good.
Andrew, you're up with facilities. All right, we're rearranging our sheets up here. Give us 1 second. I got Elijah Hope, Elderly, and Hessel. And anything else?
There should be a total of 6.
6, I'm missing 2. Missing 2.
What's your schedule?
We got Elijah Hope, Elderly, Hessel, and Powell. Resources, and then
Is that policy?
I'll treat you one of these, and one of those.
Yeah, where are the lodge hopes?
Right here. But I'll take the responsibility.
You only have 5 total?
6. There should be the elderly, natural resource, Hessel, Marquette, the Powwow, elderly, and Lodge Hope, yeah.
I didn't get Marquette. Actually, I missed 2. Oh, I should have. There, no, that's 3.
All right, we got all of our playing cards. You can go ahead and get started, Andrew.
Okay.
Where are we starting?
I'm just trying to share my screen so that way if anyone online wants to see. I did mute my mic. Okay. So we can just start with the elderly project. So the total internal agency agreement was $400,000 that was awarded to it. And that was to complete various upgrades in there, the fridge and freezer, some interior kitchen work, restrooms, and like flooring, and just a light remodel for the reception area. And so far, we've received bids, and the resolution to award the contract to ACC for the fridge and freezer was done. I did have to work with UP Engineering to answer some of the kitchen and restroom questions, because the building currently is not ADA accessible, like true ADA accessible. So one of the goals was to have that be truly ADA compliant. So we did have to do some tweaking on the design and the plumbing and some other things. It does include the exterior painting, too, of the block, and I have shared a number of times with various board members that were asking for it, what the color of the casino, the elderly building is. I believe the elders group kind of have been discussing it as well. I've told everyone that it doesn't necessarily matter to me what color. We want to correlate with the casino, but depending on what color is placed where on the building, I don't necessarily have a preference for it. It's whatever other people want. So that bid is currently out right now. I believe it's due fairly soon. I'm hoping that with the hiring of the new construction manager, Bill Martin, I believe he brings a lot of experience and knowledge to it, so we should be able to get some pretty fair prices for it. And that's where that is. We are also waiting for prices for the forced air furnace that needs to be replaced. We're going to be adding central air and redoing all the ductwork that's up in the attic so that it is properly hung and installed correctly. So that's pretty much it for the elder. Any questions on that?
Questions on the elderly building? Don't see any hands.
Okay. So the next one will be Lodge of Hope. So the internal agency agreement for that was $182,412.13, and it was to purchase playground equipment and install it. And so far, we got the bid. I worked with the Lodge of Hope team directly. I let them pretty much pick what, I gave them 3 options, and they picked it. We've already purchased the playground equipment. Sioux Tribe Construction has given a bid to install it. That includes the fence. And between the two, between all of it, we're at leftover $111,851, but there could be change orders with whatever happens with the playground equipment. I don't know. But once the playground equipment is installed, that funding has no other use at that building beyond that. So I don't know what the plan is for that, but I just wanted to let you guys know. Any questions on that?
Questions on Lodge of Hope Playground? Don't see any hands, you can keep going.
Okay. The next one is the Hessel Community Center. Obviously, that was awarded to McGahee Construction. I've been getting weekly progress updates, and I've been forwarding those on to the 2 unit directors for that project and Bill if he wants it, and I'll share it with whoever else wants it. Everything is progressing fairly close to schedule. There was a little bit of a issue in the beginning with existing utilities on the property, but we've since fixed it at no real cost to the tribe at all because the budget is extremely tight with the design that we went with in the contract amount. So right now, it is under budget for the internal agency agreement by $8,250. So there's that left over. Hopefully, if we want to do something small that was valued engineered, that's where that funding can go. But everything else is fine with it. I do believe it's supposed to be completed in January or February of next year.
Any questions for Andrew on Hessel Community Center?
I have a comment.
No comments, questions?
Oh, can I
Okay,
make
do
a
we have any
comment?
comments?
We have a
Luana.
comment, okay. I just have a comment. Say what I said to housing. Appreciate all of the work that you do, Andrew, keeping us in the mix and those emails and the updates that are happening, and I appreciate everything. We appreciate everything you've done. So, good job, too.
I appreciate that. We can go on to natural resource? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So natural resource, Nomad was awarded that. UP did the design work. The actual office building portion of that build it's so far ahead of schedule, it blows my mind, to be honest, how well Mark is doing on that project. It's fully framed, sided, windows in, plumbing in, electrical, the roof is done. A lot of the mechanical stuff is set. They're drywalling it right now. The ceiling's in about 3 feet down from the roof, so that way the mechanical and any other trade needs to get in there, they can get that stuff done. They've been demoing, as some board members know, we had a late start with the existing 3-mile building, but I was there today, and we hashed out a lot of questions, and I was able to give some guidance on valued engineering so that we didn't have to pay any extra money for some issues that were unforeseen. And that happens with existing buildings being remodeled, especially garages. That's what the motor pool building is. So we were able to come up with some changes. So far, we don't estimate any shortfall or any kind of real headache with that. Again, it's $8,500 under what was allowed for the internal agency agreement, so nothing other than it's progressing fairly quickly. And I believe the completion date is sometime next year as well.
Sometime early next year, late next year?
I believe with the way that it's going, I'll have to follow up with that because I wasn't on the last progress meeting with it, but I believe the original contract says 12/31 of 2026, but they're ahead of schedule on that, so it should be done before that.
Well, any questions on the natural resources building? I bet you they're pretty excited to move into.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, to be honest.
Any questions?
Okay, so the Marquette Community Center, this project was the Unit 5, and it was a bit of a work. We generaled most of the project ourselves, with Ryan taking the lead on it, which was the only way we could do the general on this because it was very intensive. The purchase of the property was $1.2 million. We did design the parking lot lights ourselves, the parking lot replacement, the life safety cameras, the heating and cooling. We did use UP to help shore up any questions that we had during the design phase of the project. The remodel, as being an existing building, we did have some unforeseen things. Some of them were included from the fact that the federal government had an agreement with the state of Michigan that they didn't have to abide by codes because they're the federal government, they just said they're not. So we did have to bring some things up to code because of it, and because of that, you'll see in the remodel, the original agreement was $582,000, and in order to bring those up to code, we had to go with a couple of change orders. And the MIS networking, all of the stuff was purchased for the IT, all that kind of stuff. And then miscellaneous supplies for the kitchen and other general needs of the building. And so far, if nothing else happens, we are pretty much complete with this project. I'm going out on Wednesday or Thursday, I haven't decided yet, to do the final review with Primo and Oberstar to sign off on it. Those are the last two things that need to be completed, and the project will be $55,000 below what we estimated at. So again, that money will be left over and done with whatever is decided. But that's it for that one. Any questions?
Questions on this one? I will say that you guys did a great job. We've been playing in the garages, so I know that you guys want your garages back. I would say if there's anything left over, use that to rehab and clean those things up, you know, because I know that you guys didn't touch those, so we could get the best bang for our buck in the community space.
Correct.
Yeah, but it looks beautiful.
It does. Ryan is very proud of that, and we are potentially having a few team members that are looking to rent that space, possibly going out this week to review some of them. So it'll be exciting for him to actually be able to show off the hard work that he's dedicated to it. So, but anyway, the powwow grounds, this has probably been my biggest headache. Not because it's hard work, it's not that it's difficult, it's to try and get contractors to submit the correct paperwork in bid documents, try and actually fall within budget for the wish list of things that the powwow committee and some of the Unit 1 directors had outlined. And we did receive a bid earlier in the year for essentially the all-encompassing wants and desires, and it was significantly over budget. We did try to, because only one contractor followed up with the post-bid addendum, so the other one was disqualified. So we did try to work with that vendor to bring the price down within budget by value and engineering, doing cuts to the project, and just we weren't able to do it. So we ended up deciding to piecemeal this. So right now, I have UP Engineering helping with like the electrical design of it. We already did that. We bid it. We received 3 bids. One was incomplete, and the other 2, one was out of left field on this price, and then there's only the one that I would strongly recommend, which I'll bring a resolution to the board soon with. But we got the well price back from Louis, 28K is what that bid came back at, and then the electrical upgrade so far came in at $130,000. So if that's the route we go with, there'll be roughly $319,000 left that we can use to either do a septic or drain field of some kind for a potential building in the future, or we can do a restroom vault-style building that still has running water, but yet it has a vault tank, and we can clean it out. But again, the prices that we've been receiving from some of these contractors for various projects are all over the place. There's no consistency at all. So that's where the powwow grounds sits currently.
Questions on the powwow grounds? I don't see any questions.
Okay. Well, that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Andrew. I do want to note, I was just at the Sugar Island powwow this weekend, and you guys have been maintaining that property exquisitely. It was amazing, so thanks for all that work, too. Do we have anybody else on the interagency agreement?
I think that was it. Where Josh goes.
Josh is in the back. Anything to add, Josh? No. Thank you for that words of wisdom, Josh.
Right.
All right, guys, that brings us to our end of our actual workshop day. The next item on the agenda is a Lodge of Hope tour for the Board of Directors who wish to participate. Otherwise, have a good week, and we'll see you next week. Thank you all.